sa Kortan nga sa Hulo is asking for a Navy blockade because there seems to be a new strain or a copy of that strain which has reached Singapore, then nagdududa siya na may bagong strain, they were told. We would like to just read the statement prepared so that we would shorten the proceedings tonight. The provincial government of Sulu has called the Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases, IATF, EID, for assistance following reports that the new strain of the coronavirus 2019 or COVID-19 has been detected in Sabah, Malaysia. Sulu Governor Abdul Sakurtan on Friday told the Manila Times that he had instructed his staff to consult the task force on how best to handle the emerging situation. Sabah is less than 29 hours by boat from the Sulu archipelago. We have a porous coastlines and a vast Sulu Sea between us and Sabah. And the city national government is equipped with the capacity and logistics to put in place and in operation safeguards and preemptive measures called for, Tan said. The Sulu Task Force COVID-19 is calling on the public not to panic and to heed advisories from official sources. With our frontline partners, we intensify our monitoring and utilize all materials and human resources at our disposal to assure our constituents, and we reiterate our call to them to avoid speculations and spread fake and harmful mongering, the governor said. Akin dito, there is a sentence here which we all, I'm not the only one, I'm sure everybody cut short his Christmas break in Davao City to discuss with health experts and new COVID strains that supposedly originated in the Sulu Kingdom. Yun na lang, hindi na yung iba. In a way, we are the silent points there. The narratives that we hear today is actually, there is a new COVID-19 strain from the United Kingdom. If it is a COVID-19 new, walang nag-iba dito unless there is a mutation or a variant of that COVID-19. Ganun ang pagkasalita niyan. Now, prudence tells us that we should confront this emerging infectious disease. Ano talaga? we, I have allowed kasi the face-to-face classes as pilot projects all over the country. With the new strain, true or not, maybe it's true because it's being validated in Germany and South Africa, UK. Eh, yung order ko noon kay Briones that she can, or Secretary Briones, if she's here, I'm calling back the order and I will not allow face-to-face classes of children until we are through with this. We have to, I said, we have to know the nature of the germ that we are confronting. Wala pa tayong alam, and I cannot take the risk of allowing the children. That would be a disaster, actually. So, mindful of that, I am canceling the order I gave a few days ago, few weeks ago, to Secretary Briones of the Education Department to suspend everything, all activities of children, especially yung face-to-face classes. We know only little of how this mutation took place, the new variant. So we would like to call on the experts to give us at least something to work on kung sakali meron. Can I call the experts, medical experts, who can maybe give light to us of what we are confronting or fighting? Dr. Marisa M. Alejandria. She's a member of the Technical Advisory Group of COVID-19. Is she here?
Mr. President,
Yes.
Mr. President, with your permission, we have prepared a consolidated report coming from our experts. But before that, I will make the presentation, Mr. President. Then perhaps the questions can be answered by our experts whom we have invited. But with your permission, Mr. President,
Yes.
can I just have the honor of acknowledging the following experts. Dr. Marisa Alejandria, Member Technical Advisory Group for COVID-19. Dr. Mark Edsel Ayes, the Laboratory Manager of the UP Philippine Genome Center. He's over there. Dr. Celia Carlos, Director of the RITM. Dr. Alifea de Guzman from the DOH Epidemiology Bureau. Dr. Enrique Domingo, the Director General of the FDA. Dr. Nina Gloriani, Head Vaccine Development Expert Panel and Professor, UP College of Public Health. Dr. Teodoro Ted Herbosa, Special Advisor, NTF against COVID-19. Dr. Jaime Montoya, Executive Director, DOST Philippine Council for Health Research and Development. Dr. Annalisa T. Ong Lim, Member, TAG Group for COVID-19. Dr. Cynthia Saloma, Executive Director, UP Philippine Genome Center. Dr. Mario M. Panaligan, Immediate Past President, Philippine Society for Microbiome and Infectious Diseases and Vice President, Philippine College of Physicians. Dr. Camilo Roa Jr., Pulmonary Medicine, Manila Doctors Hospital. Dr. Edsel Salvania, Member Technical Advisory Group for COVID-19. Dr. Ron Jean Solante, Chairman, Adult Infectious Disease Tropical Medicine, San Lazaro Hospital. Dr. Socorro B. Escalante, Coordinator, Acting World Health Organization Country Representative. And Dr. Troy Hepte public health epidemiologist and consultant, Senate Committee on Health. Again, Mr. President, we are appreciative of the presence of our various medical experts at a very short notice. And again, can I begin with my presentation, Mr. President?
Yes, just if you,
Yes.
if I may suggest,
Yes, sir.
since we are talking of an invasion, actually, of new microbes, kindly tell us how we could prevent it from entering the country, if at all we can. Mahirap yan, but somebody should tell us whether we should close the borders or close the entire country. That's one. And the second is, what medical interventions can we make to fight this deadly virus? So, it's yours now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll have a short presentation, Mr. President. Again, thank you, Mr. President, sa lahat po ng ating mga eksperto na pinaunlakan ng ating pong imbitasyon. I would like to share a brief situationer sa sinasabing new variant of SARS-CoV-2 na naitala mula sa UK. Ang paunang aksyon dito ng inyo pong IATF at mga karagdagang rekomendasyon mula sa DOH alinsunod sa payo ng ating pong mga eksperto. Ito po, ang new variant ng SARS-CoV-2 ay na naitala sa United Kingdom ay sinasabing mas madaling makahawa. At mabilis raw po nitong napapalitan ang predominant na strain na COVID sa Southeast region ng UK at iba pa pong mga parte nito. Sa UK sa ngayon ay 5 hanggang 10% ng lahat ng COVID-19 specimens ay sumasailalim po sa genetic sequencing upang matukoy ang saktong strain or variant. Sa Kent, South England, ang average na sequencing coverage ay nasa 4%. Ang unang kaso na natukoy mula sa bagong variant ay noong September 20 pa. Base sa December 13 report, nasa 1,108 na individual sa England ang may COVID hango sa variant na ito. Ayon sa mga pag-aaral sa loob ng laboratories, ang bagong mutation ay nakadagdag sa kakayanan ng virus na maka-infect ng human and animal cells. Current evidence suggests 70% higher transmissibility o mas mabilis na pangahawa nito. Ngunit wala pa pong indikasyon na ang virus na ito ay nagdudulot ng mas malubhang karamdaman at na maapektuhan nito ang pagtalab ng bagong bakuna kontra COVID. Sa ngayon, higit sa 40 bansa na ang nag-impose ng temporary travel restrictions until December 31 para sa mga pasahero na nagmula sa UK. Next slide, please. Dahil sa inaasahang pagtaas ng mga kaso ngayon Kapaskuhan, minabuti na ng IATF na magdoble ingat at magrekomenda ng temporary travel restrictions. Alinsunod po sa IATF Resolution number 90 na inyo pong inaprubahan noong Disyembre 23 na siyang lahat ng paglipad o biyahe galing sa UK ay pangsamantala munang sususpendihin mula ika-24 hanggang ika-31 ng Disyembre. Kabilang sa mga hindi makakapasok sa bansa ang lahat ng mga biyahero na nanggaling o nagdaan sa UK sa nakalipas na 14 na araw. Para naman sa mga nasa biyahe na at dumating sa Pilipinas bago alas 12:01 ng December 24, sila ay dinala po sa Clark upang tapusin ang 14-day quarantine period, ano pa man ang resulta ng kanilang RT-PCR. Ang detalye sa susunod na slide po. Nakapagkasunduan din ng IATF na balikan at aralin muli ang naturang travel restrictions bago mag-lapse ang effectivity period. Kaugnay na rin ang bagong risk classification na pag-uusapan po at irirekomendang muli sa inyo pong tanggapan na mahal na Pangulo. Ito po yung new quarantine community quarantine status covering the period January 1 to 31st. Next slide po. Ito naman po ay galing sa kay Kalihim Vince Dizon. At dito po makikita po sa mga larawan sa kanan ang protocols sa kanilang pagdating. Ito po yung mga galing UK o dumaan ng UK na dumating po. Sila ay inihiwalay sa ibang mga pasahero at pinaswab. Pinoseso din sila ng ating immigration para ma-confirm kung sila ay mula o dumaan sa UK. Pagkatapos nito, inihatid po sila sa New Clark City para doon tapusin ang 14-day quarantine. Ang kanilang mga swab samples ay padadala rin sa RITM and Philippine Genome Center para sa karagdagang pagsusuri. Ayon sa NTF report, mula December 22 to 25, umabot na po sa 79 na pasahero mula UK ang dumating sa bansa, 72 ang dumating sa NAIA habang 7 ang dumating naman po via Clark. Sa 79 na nagmula po sa UK, 2 rito ang bumalik na sa UK, samantalang 77 ang nanatili rito sa Pilipinas. Base sa report kahapon po, 59 na ang mayroon ng test results, kung saan 53 ang negative. Ngunit may isa pong nagpositibo sa COVID at inaantabayanan natin ang 23 na natitirang resulta. Pero yung testing po nito, Mr. President, hindi po nangangahulugan na ito na po yung new variant. Dahil magsasagawa pa po ng pagsusuri ang ating pong mga eksperto mula sa Philippine Genome Center. Next slide, please. Base sa mga ulat na kinalap ng WHO mula ika-28 ng Agosto hanggang ika-23 ng Disyembre, may 12 bansa sa Western Pacific region ang nagtala ng mga imported na kaso mula sa UK. Kabilang po rito ang Hong Kong, China, Singapore, New Zealand, Korea, Japan, Malaysia, Solomon Islands, Vietnam, Australia, Taiwan, and Cambodia. Sa mga ito, 3 bansa ang nakapagtala ng mga kaso base po sa bagong variant. Sa Australia ay may 4 na kaso na natuklasan habang naka-quarantine. Sa Hong Kong ay may 2 kaso, 2 estudyante na edad 14 at 17. Sa Singapore naman po ay may 1 kaso, isa rin estudyante na 17 taong gulang. Sa Japan na na-detect ang new variant sa 5 biyahero mula sa UK. Samantalang, wala pang kaso mula sa new variant ang naitala sa Pilipinas. Ngunit nais ko pong tukuyin ang limitasyon ng datos na ito. Ito ay mula sa mga official sites lamang kung saan ang datos ay patuloy na nagbabago o inaayos dahil sa ongoing case investigations. Meron din mga naitalang imported na kaso na hindi matukoy ang pinanggalingan. Ang ating pong recommendation, next slide please. Ito po ang aming rekomendasyon, Ginoong Pangulo, habang nadaragdagan ang mga bansang nag-uulat ng detection ng UK new variant, nilirekomenda po ng DOH kasama ng mga eksperto ng TAG o Technical Advisory Group ng ating IATF at ng World Health Organization na sa mga manggagaling sa mga bansang may kumpirmadong new variant, gawin mandatory ang pagtapos ng 14-day quarantine period sa New Clark City. Ang protocol na ito ay gaya na ng ipinatupad ngayon para sa mga biyaherong dumating bago mag-alas 12 ang 1 umaga ng December 24. Ikonsidera lamang ang travel ban, Mr. President, kung nasa level na ng community transmission ang new variant sa naturang bansa. Lahat din ng specimens galing sa mga biyahero sa UK ay dapat pong maipadala sa PGC upang sumailalim sa genomic sequencing. Ito naman, ang ating additional action points. Ilan na lang po ito, matatapos na. Ito naman po ang karagdagan complementary action points na naitatag na rin noong nakalipas na IATF para sa lahat ng ating pong international travelers. Patuloy na pagpapatupad ng BOQ, Bureau of Quarantine, at OWA sa quarantine at testing protocols para po sa mga papasok sa ating bansa. Sila din ay naatasang magsumite ng line list at i-endorso ang mga international travelers na papasok sa iba't ibang LGUs. Ang DILG at LGUs naman po ay sisiguraduhin na magtatapos ng mga ini-endorsong biyahero ang kanilang 14-day quarantine sa temporary treatment and monitoring facilities o sa kanilang tahanan. Next slide. Kailangan din natin palakasin ang ating kapasidad for biogenomic surveillance at i-institutionalize ito as a comprehensive system integrated with the current influenza-like illness and severe acute respiratory infection surveillance. Kinakailangan din bigyan ng sapat na kakayanan ang ating mga sub-national laboratories gaya ng RITM upang magsagawa ng biobanking o ang pagkolekta at pag-imbak ng samples para sa mga kakailanganin pag-aaral. Ang surveillance systems na ito ay importante din po sa ating pag-monitor ng vaccine effectiveness. Para naman sa mga agarang aksyon, ang inyo pong DOH ay tutulong sa pag-identify ng mga samples na isusumite sa PGC para sa kanilang pagsusuri. Agad rin magre-report ito ng mga areas or population groups na nakitaan ng clustering at community transmission para sa gayon ay agad na makapag-conduct ng biosurveillance ang RITM, ang PGC at ang National Institutes for Health. Ang RITM, PGC at NIH naman ay magkukonduct ng purposive sampling as part of biosurveillance, kung saan uunahin ang mga samples na nakuha sa buwan ng Nobyembre at Disyembre. Samantalang ang RITM ay naatasan mag-develop ng standard operating procedures, response protocol, bilang paghahanda sa mga posibleng bagong variants at strains ng virus. Para po magampanan ang mga tungkulin na ito, Mr. President, aming pong nire-review ang resources na ating kakailanganin at tayo po ay magsusumite ng request for additional budget kung kinakailangan. So ang mga key insights or messages na lang po, nais ko pong ibahagi sa ating lahat po dito at nanggaling po sa ating mga eksperto. Una, sa paglitaw ng bagong variant na ito, mas dapat po natin paigtingin ang pagsunod sa minimum public health standards. Napaka-importante po nitong MPHS, ang paghuhugas ng kamay, cough etiquette, pagsuot ng mask at face shield, pagdistansya ng 1 metro o higit pa, at panigurado na maayos ang ventilasyon or air circulation sa pagprotekta laban sa COVID-19. Hindi lamang po tayo mapuprotektahan ng minimum public health standards sa kasalukuyang variant. Bagkus ang MPHS po ay kinikilalang epektibo sa kahit anong mutation or variant ng virus na ito. At para maiwasan ang pag-mutate ng virus, kinakailangan natin mapanatiling mababa ang mga kaso sa bansa. Kung mas kaunti ang mga taong nai-infect, mas mababa rin po ang tsansa na mag-mutate ang virus. Ikalawa, kailangan natin patuloy na pagtibayin ang kumpiyansa ng publiko sa bakuna. Dahil sa paglabas ng bagong variant, mas nagiging inclusive at equitable ang vaccine efforts sa buong mundo. Kaya naman dapat natin sabayan ito ng increased vaccine confidence. Kailangan natin maging transparent sa mga efforts to secure our vaccines. Kailangan natin magbigay ng regular na updates para maiparating sa publiko na atin talagang sinisigurado na ang mga bakuna na atin pipiliin ay safe and effective. At ito po ay gagawin natin gamit ang nagkakaisang boses ng gobyerno sa ilalim po ng inyong administrasyon. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Be interested to hear from General Galvez. the steps they have taken so far to, I should confront this new virus.
Sir, Sir, at the NTF, we have already coordinated with our response team, and we will intensify our surveillance in the different airports. We already informed Cebu City Airport, and they were being instructed by Secretary Vince on isolating the different passengers from UK, and also all airports had been coordinated with DOTR, particularly with Ochi Tucson. We have been coordinating with Secretary Tucade, and with the information on the Sulu area, and also in Sulu, Basilan, Basulta area, we will coordinate with the military through Secretary Del on how we could help the Sulu and also in Tawi-Tawi, so that the intrusion of the possible cases be prevented. And also, we forwarded already the letter of the Sulu governor to the IATF and also to DFA, so that they can also arrange with Sabah and also with our post in Malaysia, sir.
You know, Galvez, what is very important in that area is really the control of the entry of people, whether or not they have in their bodies already the virus. That's another thing. Kailangan natin i-control yung borders natin, and maybe General Lorenzana might be able to harness the assets of the Philippine Navy, additional
Yes, Mr. President.
patrol ships.
Maybe we should also ban the movement of people from Sabah to Sulu, and then we will enforce the blockade of people trying to break the blockade, sir.
So, ito ang gusto kong may tanong sa mga experts. How many mutations is possible from this COVID-19? If it can mutate and produce another variant, how many do you think this virus is capable of mutations? Kasi maghahabol tayo dito, so we want to know kung paano natin how to really increase our surveillance dito sa bagong mutation. And I said, how many can this COVID-19 produce variants and mutations over time? Can somebody answer the question?
Mr. President, may we recognize Dr. Cynthia Palmes Saloma, the Executive Director of the UP Philippine Genome Center. Madam, you have the floor.
Hello po, Mr. President. So far, worldwide, mga 12,000 na po na mga sequence changes ang nangyari po sa 30,000 bases na genome itong virus. Hindi naman po lahat ng mga mutations nagkukos ng bad effects. Meron naman pong okay o hindi. Ito lang po yung bagong variant kasi po nag-occur siya sa spike protein na nagko-contact sa receptor ng human, kaya medyo concerned po siya. So, Mr. President, if we want to track the mutations in the Philippines, kailangan po, beyond RT-PCR testing, kailangan po natin ng whole genome sequencing. Na yan po yung gagawin namin together with RITM and the Department of Health.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad to know that there's an agency or body that takes care of this, just in case. Ang pangalawa, is there a need for us to prepare against, make preparations against this new strain? Ano ang, or if they are, for example, passengers coming in from UK, from other places, not necessarily taking the airlines from UK, but others, paano ito? Same control ang gagawin natin? Kung palabas na sila, maybe there are those going home for the vacations, for the season. Dumaan muna ng ibang lugar, but galing UK. And how do we know what steps are you taking to determine these guys who are potential carriers of the new strain of COVID-19? Yung hindi galing sa people taking flights directly from UK to the Philippines, wala yan. So we have banned it. But for others who are from UK or working and passing to other places and taking flights, not necessarily airlines, from the British territory, but yung pauwi na, dumaan lang, nagbakasyon. Yeah.
We can ask our Epidemiology Bureau, Dr. Alithea de Guzman, for her answer.
Sige po. Mr. President, good evening po. So, tama po kayo, sir, no? We should protect not just from the flights directly coming from UK, but there should be a system in place na saan po talaga siya nanggaling, whether dumaan mo na siyang UK, tapos nag-layover siya somewhere, pero ultimately, dapat po, pag may history of travel siya sa UK in the past 14 days, ito po yung mga nililimita or hindi po muna natin papasukin sa Pilipinas. So, probably the Bureau of Immigration, kasi makikita po nila yung stamp, no, doon po sa dokumento. At dito po yung stamp, tama po kayo, no, kailangan palakasin yung, natin ports of entry, the border control, so through BI from BOQ, para malaman at malimit ang pagpasok. At kung makapasok po, meron tayong sistema para po ma-screen lahat ng papasok po sa atin. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President.
Good enough. Yes.
Mr. President, according to the Bureau of Immigration, apart from flights coming directly from the United Kingdom, ang karamihan daw po ay mga flights ng United Arab Emirates. In other words, nanggagaling po sa bandang Middle East na nagta-transit sa or na dumadaan doon sa mga lugar na yon or transiting in the United Kingdom. Ang pagdating po dito sa ating mga paliparan, ang first line of defense po ay, according to the Bureau of Immigration, ay ang paghawak ng Philippine Coast Guard para po mag-segregate yung mga hindi naman dumaan sa mga areas na like the UK na possibly infected, at inhiwalay na po sila. At dinedetermine po kung sino ang kailangan na ma-quarantine at hindi. At ang last line of defense po ay ang Bureau of Immigration. Ang Deputy Commissioner po ng Immigration ay present dito sa meeting nito. Baka maaari po siyang magdagdag ng additional information or measures that have been taken by the Bureau of Immigration. Deputy Commissioner Alegre is here, and he may wish to add something to the measures taken when these foreign passengers arrive in our country.
ito lang naman, tanong ko lang, do you have the sufficient manpower to do that? Because we have terminated so many, we dismissed so many employees of Bureau of Immigration. Halos parang yung ano nila, wala nang, the reason really is there would be a lot of questions asked before these passengers can be cleared. So they would have to trace from where they came from, whether they stopped over in other areas before finally taking a flight to the Philippines. Ang gusto ko malaman kung may tao ka kasi we have terminated what?
Mr.
So
President,
many.
yes, sir, yes, sir. Ganun nga po ang ginagawa ng Bureau of Immigration dito sa mga foreign arrivals na to. They check the passports kung saan po mga lugar nanggaling or nag-transit at by interview also, by intensive interview. Going back to your question, Mr. President, we have the sufficient manpower at the Bureau of Immigration. Yes, it's true na marami na po tayong sinuspend at may mga naalis na po, pero yun po ay immediately pinalitan ng Bureau of Immigration from the main office at from other regional offices ng Bureau of Immigration who have sufficient training also in dealing with the foreign passenger arrivals. Kaya hindi naman po masyadong problema ang manpower sa Bureau of Immigration. Dahil napalitan naman po yung mga naalis at sa kasalukuyan po ay hindi naman masyadong heavy ang passenger traffic sa ating mga paliparan. Kaya po na-address naman po ng Bureau of Immigration ang kanilang manpower situation.
Well, it's good riddance that it took place during the time of a crisis like this because there's less people traveling and less otherwise holidays are not really maybe attractive to other people. I forgot the numbers of your immigration people manning the desk there at the airport. We terminated how many? That 42, I think.
I think more than that, Mr. President, including those who were suspended, more than 80, if I remember correctly. Probably about 100 now, including, those who were dismissed and those who were suspended, Mr. President. But meron pa naman pong available manpower coming from the other offices and regional offices ng Bureau of Immigration na pwede naman pong ilagay sa ating Manila terminals.
You can, if need be, you can always maybe take in newcomers from the other agencies, or you can increase the number by just asking people, especially those na ilalo na yung gusto ko yung ipalit yung mga first grade eligibles sa yung natanggal na dismiss doon dahil sa pastillas. Marami yun. And eventually it will reach 100 siguro when the investigation is over. But yung preliminary actions natin, medyo naano lang ako. But I now follow your trend of thought that this time there is less travel and people take care of people. But there will be so many questions asked. Malaki ang pila dyan kung ganun. Well, anyway, it's a blessing in disguise that there are less people to attend to dito sa immigration table. Secretary Okay. Do you have an office, an office or agency under you working also on this, other from UP, working to find a vaccine? Is there people there?
Mr. President, if I may, vaccine-wise, there's a process, the DOST, ang nangunguna po, lead agency sa vaccine development, together with the vaccine expert panel and the single joint ethics review board and the FDA. So meron po tayo pagdating po sa pagtukoy ng mga bakuna that will be the most effective, safest, and of ensured quality, Mr. President. So meron po tayong mga opisina.
The Philippines can produce a vaccine on our own, made or manufactured out of the brainwork of people who are Filipinos. I think UP is one, and the UST is working on it.
And the RITM, Mr. President, is also in one of the best positions to collaborate with the other government agencies for a vaccine self-sufficiency goal in the near to medium term, Mr. President.
Pardon me if I remove my mask. I cannot pronounce the words properly. This thing is bothering me. Pagpasensya na kayo. Hindi naman siguro, walang hulihan naman dito. Well, there is, no one is above the law. And it says that you are violating a certain regulation. Ang problema, hindi ako makapagsalita ng, I seem to stammered ang bunganga ko. Well, the most important thing really is yung surveillance, that we are able to identify persons coming in, not only from UK, but from other places. Like Australia, meron na din doon. Singapore has another cases. And what is horrifying is the statement of the medical world. Ang mga experts is that it can mutate very rapidly. Nakakatakot eh. So if we have to believe them because that is their, they are the one equipped with the expertise. So sabuti yung maniwala tayo. And if it's contaminating people at a very fast rate, magkakaroon talaga tayo ng problema. So we have to increase the surveillance. And of course, itong quarantine, kung Pilipino ang umuwi. And I hope that it would not reach the shores of the Philippines, yung variant na yan. Otherwise, we are in trouble. Because we'll just have to wait for the Western world to study and come up with solutions. Tayo dito, we just wait and see attitude. Wala naman tayong magawa. Oh yes.
I would just like to underscore the fact that we are not defenseless. Hindi naman po parang wala tayong laban kahit na makapasok po yan. Hopefully, hindi makakapasok. Pero kung makakapasok naman po siya, Mr. President, please be reassured that the mechanisms, the systems, the policies are already all in place. And what do I mean by this? We have the 5 strategic pillars that we have been implementing since 10 months ago. And these are the prevention using our BIDA solution of the DOH, BIDA May Disiplina ng DILG, 7 commandments of the DOTR, the Angat-Ingat of the PCOO, and we've been drilling down relentlessly to all the communities about the importance of preventive measures. Number 2, sir, is the early detection. The key is early detection so that we will forestall admissions of severe and critical cases. Ano po? And we have already observed that the clinical management of severe to critical cases has tremendously improved over time. And that's kudos to our doctors, our clinicians. They've really improved their craft, and saving lives is now what is being observed. And then kasama po sa atin early detection is active case findings, the contact tracing, testing. Our testing now has increased tremendously, and we have to date tested 6.2 million Filipinos. That's about close to 6% testing coverage. And then the aggressive isolation and quarantine. This is already in place, Mr. President, and the treatment, our hospitals have improved tremendously, as I have indicated earlier, and the preparations for the new normal that has to be embraced by the local government units and in their respective communities. But by and large, we have made some great strides in our pandemic response, but it's far from being perfect. But the results, as we can see today, we have greater than almost 93% recovery rate. We have maintained our relatively low active cases, and the many gains that we have accomplished over the past several months, and we intend to build further on these gains. And so even with the threat of new variants being confronted, or rather confronting nations, and we are no exception. Sabi nga po nila, it's not a question kung darating dito, it is going to perhaps really reach the shores, but it's a question of when. But again, all of the systems are in place, Mr. President, so we hope that we can manage this, Mr. President.
You know, if true that there is a variant new and it is now wreaking havoc on the lives of people, one of the countries I think that has imposed a lockdown again is France. Kaya gusto kong malaman sa inyo, kung magdating dito, are we going to impose another lockdown until we find out what we can do? From the medical, we've invited guests. Can somebody, so that we can prepare actually? I'm making some projections. I hope that it would not reach the Philippines. I pray and I hope. But I said, make some projections. Sabi mo, it's not a matter of whether or not it would reach the Philippines. It will, until we decide to close the country. But that is not possible. And so now, kung magdating itong kung bagong variant dito, can we go back to the, should we go back to the lockdowns again? Yeah, General Garbes, what do you say?
Sir, I believe we have some, we must apply some proactive measures, particularly on DFA, that they will have an advisory, particularly UK, that most of our kababayan there should not go home because they will be having yung 14 days quarantine. Maybe also we also discourage muna from the Europe area through maybe also with the DOTR that air all passenger airlines should have a more stringent border control in terms of the identities of the passengers coming into the Philippines. Particularly, dapat sir mabigyan natin ng instructions sir, yung mga recommend ko po kay Secretary Tucade to give instructions to the different airlines coming from Europe na talagang busisiin po yung kanilang mga passport na baka mamaya doon sila nanggaling sa UK. And maybe yung DFA po sir, they have some sort of advisory na those people na mga kababayan natin sa UK for the meantime, considering of the incidence of the mutation of new variant, na dapat i-discourage po natin na wag muna sir bumalik dito sa Pilipinas. And then also tama po kayo sir na dapat magkaroon tayo ng active surveillance through the LGU dahil hindi po natin alam na ang nagkaroon lang tayo ng tinatawag nating order was only last December 23. Baka hindi po natin alam na may nakapasok na po nung mga naunang mga buwan. And we should have some sort of discrete investigation using also yung ating armed forces at yung PNP na baka may mga balikbayan na galing ng UK na nandun na po sa mga areas. So we need really to have yung active surveillance, lalo na po yung mga nakadating po dito. Based po sa text po ni Sec Liling na nandun po sa Singapore yung kanyang anak, meron na pong isang identified na strain sa Singapore. And it was already confirmed sa anak po ni Sec Liling na nandun po. So maybe ang mangyayari din po yung mga ibang countries like Japan na meron ng 5 ngayon, it may happen na talagang po natin. Ang isang po natin na pwede po natin gawin po sir isa talagang mag-designate tayo ng quarantine, special quarantine area for those will be later identified na para po talaga ma-isolate natin mabuti. Kasi yun po time will come talaga na Mr. President na baka magkaroon po talaga ng strain dito. We should be prepared kung saan po natin ilalagay yung mga tao po na para ma-isolate po natin sila na. So yun lang po, mahal Pangulo.
Mr. President, can I make a comment, sir? On your question, sir, if we had to tighten the lockdown, I think the IETF should put a threshold kung ilan yung araw-araw na lumalabas na, then we may be able to, we might enforce again a tighter lockdown. Sir. Kailangan may threshold tayo. Kung bababa lang siya ng 2,000 below, or even 3,000 siguro. But it will be the IETF siguro, Secretary Doke, mag-usap tayo para at threshold para automatic lockdown tayo. Thank you, sir.
Actually, yung lockdown is a possibility. I said we are making some projections, but if the severity in numbers would demand that we take corrective measures immediately, then we'll just have to go back to the lockdown. Pagka rumami sila with the new strain, then in the meantime that we are not able to confront them effectively, the virus, we'll just have to, tama yan, it depends on the severity in number. Kasi pagka marami na, and we do not have the antidote of how to kill those variants, we having a problem there. And of course, we would also be hard pressed on looking for the money for the expenses in the meantime. Magastos yan. Yes, John.
Yes. As of now, Mr. President, our situation in the country is manageable if we are just talking on the local COVID situation. What we have really to guard or to watch out is the international borders, because the variants or the new strain is coming from those identified countries. Kung mababantayan po natin yung ating international ports, kung po pwede, maimbudo natin sila sa 1 or 2 international ports lang. And tulad po ng sabi ni Secretary Galvez, ready tayo sa quarantine facilities. Then we can isolate yung situation on the local and find if there is anyone who is able to pass through, yun po yung hanapin natin. Right now, there's no necessity to call for a lockdown, but probably more on controlling the flow from the international. If ever, probably we may not have to declare lockdown in the country, but we may have to close the border if there is a real situation that would occur later on. So, for the quarantine naman, sir, we'll make sure that the LGUs will see to it that anyone who gets contact with a person coming from UK or from the 4 countries enumerated, i-quarantine po sila kahit home quarantine just to ensure na hindi sila makagalaw. That way, I think we can control the situation.
Mr. President.
Yes, Secretary Dugade.
Thank you very much, Mayor President. Noong hong naglabas ng protocol at guideline ng IATF, saka ang DOH, nag-zero in ho tayo sa UK. From December 22 hanggang ngayon, zero in tayo sa UK. Nung naglabas ho ang IATF ng protocol, rinivisit and strengthen namin sa DOTR yung tinatawag ho namin na one-stop shop sa pamunuhan ng OTS, Office of Transport Security, si General Raul Del Rosario. Kaya nga ba't noong December 22, nalaman namin na ang pumasok from UK 2 pasahero. December 23, 54 passengers. December 24, 6 passengers. December 25, 17 passengers. Sa kabuuan, meron hong suma total, gaya ng report ni Secretary Duque, 79 passengers. Out of the 79 passengers, nanggaling ho yan, 72 nanggaling sa NAIA. 7 lang ho yung sa Clark. Doon ho sa 79, 2 ho yung umuwi, mag-asawa. Ibig sabihin, pumasok ng Maynila, hindi na nagtagal, using the same flight sa Emirates, bumalik sa London kasi yung asawa na Brit ayaw pumunta sa Clark. Isa lang ho ang positive so far at inaantay yung resulta natin sa mga 23 passengers. Ang ibig kong sabihin lang ho is, nagsisiro in tayo sa UK. Yung report kanina ho ni Secretary Duque, parang nasasabi niya na kailangan lawakan natin ng konti yung pagsipat natin ng mga pasaherong hindi lang nanggagaling sa UK, tignan din natin yung ibang bansa na kung saan meron na yung bagong strain ng COVID. Kasi yung bagong strain ng COVID ay mabilis yung kontaminasyon at mas malawak. Having said this, Mr. President, siguro importante at bigyan tugon at pansin natin short of or in preparation of lockdown, yung rekomendasyon ni Secretary Duque kanina, nasilipin natin yung ibang lugar na kung saan meron itong bagong strain ng COVID. Nandiyan yung Australia, nandiyan yung Singapore, hindi ko maalala yung ibang lugar. Siguro dapat tingnan na yan. Kailangan ho, mapalawak natin yung Bureau of Quarantine, yung Department of Health sa airport with the one-stop shop. Ginawa ho natin sa UK yan, gagawin natin sa pagdinagdag pa yung ibang lugar. Meron lang ho akong katanungan na gusto kong tanungin sa ating mga medical experts. Klaro ho, Mr. President, na pag ang pasahero galing sa loob ng bansa na merong strain, klaro ho na meron kang stringent quarantine protocols. Imagine natin at isipin natin na lahat yung nagbabiyahe, minsan hindi ho direct flight, meron yung tinatawag na transit. Ibig sabihin ho, dumaan lang doon. Dalawang klase ho yung transit. Yung transit ho, pumunta sa airport, inantay yung connecting flight, pero galing sa lugar na merong new COVID-19 strain. Tanong, gaano katagal sila dapat sa airport bago mo impose yung strict quarantine? Ito ho yung nasa airport lang. Pangalawa na gusto kong tanungin sa medical experts is, will the rules be the same if ang stopover mo or transit mo may kasamang layover? Ibig sabihin natulog sa lugar, dun sa lugar, at kinuha yung connecting flight. Ano yung protocol at requirements na gagawin natin dyan? Magkaiba ho yan kasi yung strain na sinasabi ho nila, Mr. Mayor, President, Sir, is malawak ang contamination at mabilis. So, klaro, pag galing ka sa isang lugar at doon ka nagmula, how will you treat the transient passengers now? Considering that there are two kinds of transiting passengers. One that waits for their flight in the airport, and how long will this be allowed or tolerated? And the other is transiting, merong layover. Ibig sabihin, natulog sa hotel yan bago kinuha yung connection. I'd like to get the views of the medical experts because their
Yan ang
opinion
sinabi
here.
ko kanina, Art.
Sir?
Yan ang sinabi ko kanina.
Opo. Gusto ko pong marinig sa kanila
Connection
ano yung
flight.
opinion para mag-guide din kami how to address these transiting passengers coming from countries where there is a strain. Considering that the strain is, again, in the words of the medical expert, deeply and widely contaminatable. You know, ano ho dapat yung patakaran natin dyan?
Well, we should ask the medical guys.
Mr. President, with your permission, we would like to recognize Dr. Isa Alejandria of the Technical Advisory Group of IATF. Ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening po, Mr. President. Regarding the question of Secretary Tugade, napag-agreean po namin mga experts, medical experts, that with regards to the travelers coming from any country with the reported UK variant, whether transit or coming directly, the quarantine will remain as 14 days. It's strict implementation of 14 days. And regardless actually of whether we're dealing with a variant or a mutation or the regular COVID-19, the duration of quarantine remains at 14 days. We need to strictly implement the 14 days. Siguro we would like also to clarify, no, the mode of transmission remains the same, respiratory droplet, and this virus, we expect the mutations. So to impose a lockdown or travel restriction will not be sustainable in the long run. So kailangan pa rin po yung implementation ng minimum public health standards, face mask, face shield, as discussed earlier, cough etiquette, hand washing, air circulation, then yung quarantine. Whether there is a mutation or not, these are still the standards that have to be implemented. And this virus also, yung variant po, there is no evidence at this time or data that shows that it causes the more severe form or it's more virulent. Mas mabilis lang yung transmission pero hindi siya nagkakos ng mas severe disease that will cause critical form of the disease or more hospitalizations. Sa ngayon, hindi pa yon nakikita. Mabilis lang ang transmission kasi nag-mutate nga doon sa protein kung saan yun yung nag-a-attach sa virus sa loob ng katawan. So yun po yun. Kaya we expect the mutations to come kasi that's the natural evolution kasi ng virus. It's their way of survival. As they replicate, they mutate. But not all mutations are significant. So far, di ba, last July, yung first mutation, yung D614G, na pumasok na sa atin yun. Kaya nagkaroon tayo ng surge noong August. And then this time, we're trying to prevent the entry of the UK variant. And tama po yung ginagawa natin ngayon na we're restricting travelers coming from UK, and we also need to check on other travelers coming from other countries where the variant is also reported. Kaya may plans po ng surveillance, biosurveillance ang Philippine Genome Center, RITM, NIH together with DOH para ma-monitor natin yung mga pumapasok na variant. So we need to strengthen the biosurveillance system so that we are on top of the situation. No? Aware tayo na may pumapasok na variants. And these variants are important to be monitored kasi may impact din sa vaccines, sa efficacy ng vaccines natin or effectiveness ng vaccines eventually. So in the moving forward, kailangan ma-set up or ma-strengthen yung biosurveillance system. And para malaman natin kung meron ng UK variant dito, yung November-December samples natin ay i-analyze ng Philippine Genome Center and RITM. Yun po, Mr. President.
Mr. President, sir. Number one is a clarification. So I take it then that whether you come from the city or state where there is a new strain, or from the airport lang taking a transient character, strict. That is for passenger at para sa tao. Ang tatanungin ko lang kasi transport ako, what will be the rules for cargos? Kasi gaya nung meeting natin noon, kung may transmission sa cargos, will the rule of the game be the same with people and cargo? I'd like to listen with the permission of the Mayor President with the medical experts.
Let me go back to itong transit. Some are taking flights and then connecting. Kung wala ng iba, there are countries whose airline make flights to the Philippines. Ang iba naman talagang layover. He has to spend the night there. Alam mo, ang tingin ko dyan, whether or not it is a transit situation or a layover, para sa akin, it's the same. The virus is carried by people, and baski na doon sa sinasabi natin na transit, they have to deal with people whether they like it or not. They have to go out and go to the counter and talk to people. So ang virus, whether in transit or just a connecting flight for the following day, ganun rin ang ano eh. So I think that yung response natin should really be, we consider them as one. We love them as one. Now, itong scenario, naunahan mo lang ako, I'd like to ask Secretary Duque and DOST, nandito ba si... I would like them to, or government itself, the offices, should create another task force. Hindi itong atin, wala man tayong alam dyan, medical, ideally it's the medical persons, na nakatutok lang talaga dyan sa bagong strain, whether or not it is here or not, and whether it is as virulent as itong, sabi naman ni doktora, hindi masyado, it's not as toxic as itong si COVID-19, si original yung tatay. But I think that we should not really be complacent about it. We should treat them as a deadly disease that could be entering the Philippines. Mahirap kasi ang tayo, whether or not itong na ito is as virulent or as toxic as COVID-19. So yung tanong mo, para sa akin pareho. The contact is there. The possibility of contact is there. Because you have to talk to people. And in the transit, there are a lot of locals also. They're working. The policemen, the security guards are there. And while waiting, I said they are in a room that maybe somebody somehow would pass it on to a Filipino coming home. Let's go back to your maya na lang tapusin mo natin ito. How about the cargo that are contaminated?
Klaro po, Mr. Mayor President, sa tao, how to deal with them, either coming directly from the state or from the airport, trato. Gusto kong malaman sa medical expert, paano natin ititreat yung cargo? Kung, especially if this virus is mabilis makakontaminate, para apektado ho ba yung cargo? Para mag-guide kami sa pakikipag-usap namin sa mga airlines, sa airport operators, sa cargo. Noon po, yung COVID-19, sabi natin, transmission, animal sa tao, tao sa tao, question yung cargo. Hanggang after a while, naklaro na cargo becomes a contaminating platform. Dito ho sa bagong strain na to, kung it becomes a contaminating platform at mabilis maka-spread, kailangan ho bang maging mas strict ako sa cargo ngayon sa mga pumapasok sa airport or sa aduana, considering that this new strain is very contaminating?
Mr. President,
Yes.
if I may, the existing disinfection protocols must be followed, and pagpatuloy nyo lang yon. And I think it's going to be safe enough. If you want to double the disinfection process, it will not harm, it will only do good. So whatever you have done, you can just, perhaps ramp it up a little bit more.
Third po na ginagawa ngayon, yung spraying, yung kwanis, sufficient na ngayon yon.
Tama po kayo. Yung ginagamit lang po dyan ay chlorine-based disinfecting chemical.
Why, Art, is there no fumigation being done? Fumigate.
Sir, nung nag-umpisa yung COVID sa mga airport, sa mga pier, meron ho yung spray contamination sa mga cargo eh. Ngayon ho, tinatanong ko, because of the nature of the new strain, will there be a need to put stronger contaminating spray or, I want to hear from them so that we will know how we can react and deal with the airlines and the port operators.
Well, if they are potential carriers of the strain, even baggages, that is your problem. Try to find a solution for that. Fumigation or whatever, spraying, that would fall under your worry.
Kasi po, yung isang pwede natin gawin, Secretary Duke and Mr. President, sir, remember, mandatory quarantine itong mga pasahero. Huwag natin pabit-bit yung bagahe nila papunta sa Kwan. Kunin yung bagahe, or you can do a process there, pagtapos na yung quarantine nila. Para nang sa ganon, nakahold din yung cargo. Hindi naman kailangan isama nila dun sa kunyan. Unless yung mga hand carry na may essentials. I don't know.
That is a good move.
Again, it depends on the depth and extent of the contamination of the new strain.
That is a good suggestion. Not even a suggestion. That is a good plan, actually. Prohibit them from carrying the cargo. But that is an added burden to sa inyo. But they have to be...
Actually, sir, I think Secretary Bello will confirm this. Tumatagal yung proseso sa airport kasi kinukuha nila yung bagahe, dinadala kung saan sila makakwarantinang hotel. Baka mas maganda niyan, yung hand carry lang nila, ang dadali nila, carrying some essentials, maiwan yung ibang kargamento that will also facilitate the movement inside the airport. While you put additional quarantine precaution to the cargo as they are doing their mandatory quarantine. This is an off-the-cuff, a knee-jerk reaction to the discussion.
Mr. President, we have the expert back to Dr. Alejandria for her comment to the issue. Thank you, Mr. President.
With all due respect po, we don't need to quarantine din po yung baggage and cargo. The usual standard disinfection procedures would suffice, whether there is a mutation or not. Kasi ang transmission pa rin po, the main driver of transmission is respiratory droplet. Pag umubo, talking loudly, singing loudly, close distance, yun. That's when the droplets are spread and enter the body. So it's not necessary to quarantine the cargo. So the usual disinfection measures using chlorine would suffice.
There is, what you would really want to say is that there is no scientific, hard scientific finding that itong inanimate things can be carriers of the disease.
Yeah. Yes po.
Mr. President.
Secretary Roque,
Sir, Mayor, bago lang po magtanong pa tayo sa mga technical experts, nag-text lang po si Secretary Leonardo Briones, and I will quote, "We will implement the President's instructions to recall limited face-to-face classes in the light of recent development," end quote. So, hindi daw po nila itutuloy na yung face-to-face pilot. No? At ang pangalawang punto ko lang po, napansin ko po, walang mga taga-economic team natin dito, but I think if some of them were here, they will say na yung tayo po yung nag-lockdown, it was really to prepare our healthcare system. So siguro po, if we are sure that this will become more virulent, although mababa po ngayon ang ating occupancy rate pagdating po sa ating mga isolation facilities, sa ating mga ward beds, sa ating mga ICU beds, maybe we should now take steps to even add more, no? Miski mababa pa po yung utilization natin, just in case talaga nga pong napaka-virulent itong bagong strain. Maraming salamat po.
Yes, Secretary Lograde.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, para lang maintindihan natin to, Mr. President, it seems like what the experts are saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, yung mutation lang ng virus is the mutation made the virus stickier lang. Right? Because you're saying yung characteristic ng virus na kumapit is now stickier. Is that what the experts are saying? That's why tumaas ang virulence niya because of yung pagdikit niya sa mga cells ng tao is because nandun yung protein that made it stickier. Ganun ba yun?
Mr. President, if I may, the current strain that has been the subject of our discussions has not been proven to have increased virulence. Only increase in transmissibility. Mabilis lang maghawa. But the virulence or the extent, the pathogenicity is the same, basically, with our current strain. So, hindi naman siya mas gumrabe o mas serious yung kanyang sakit na idinudulot. Mas mabilis lang po. So, mas mabilis lang siyang makahawa.
Meron dito, I think we are updated well. Spain, the government reported the first confirmed the variant of cargo. Pumasok talaga doon. Despite of their, they were once closing the border also. Takot yung mga so let's do it this way. We will assume, as it will really happen, we will assume that the new strain will arrive in the Philippines. We cannot, unless I said you close the country, papasok talaga yan. So let us proceed on that premise that this train will, that's why I said task force, so that we would be advised immediately or in advance. Papasok yan dito. So ang ating yun is, yun ang, yung quarantine, tapos, sabi ni ma'am, doktora na, yung namang, hindi naman dumedicate sa inanimate things. So bagay, hindi magdikit. It will not thrive. It will die if it sticks to the cargo. And kung may fumigation dyan, Art, sa iyo, fumigate lang. If you burst of itong whatever chemical that's appropriate for the cleansing of the cargo, bilisan mo lang yung just for good measure. That's about it. For good measure, let us do it. Now, Secretary Bello, something to say? Ikaw yung pinakamaraming kliyente dyan yung OFW.
Yes, Mr. President.
They come in numbers.
I was also toying with the idea na kasi ang ATF resolution is to prevent the entry of foreigners coming from UK at inaalaw yung mga OFWs. I think, Mr. President, it is also good to consider na isama na rin sa restriction even yung mga OFWs natin. Kasi it is reported by our labor attachés, Mr. President, that some of our OFWs, especially in UK, have been contaminated by this variant COVID-19, Mr. President.
No wonder. It's very natural. If you are in a community that is affected by this Putang, pardon. If a community is affected and you are there, naturally, if there are Filipino nurses, most of them, they are connected with the medical profession. Ganun rin ang mangyari. So, yeah, whether or not they would eventually they would come home and bring the. We cannot escape that. I abhor the idea of hindi mo pauwiin. As long as doon sa place of departure, they are tested. Perhaps when they come home, are tested again and quarantined. If that is really the purpose of the government. I would not agree with the idea of disallowing Filipinos to come home. Mahirap yan. Unless we can prove that he is contaminated. But if the test shows from the place of departure, pati dito, at the same protocol naman yan, is swabbing pati, and they are quarantined. At least, sigurado. Akin ang my take is Filipinos coming home will just have to gamble. We have to gamble that hopefully that they are not the career. But yung British foreigners, gusto ko sila, wag mo nang pumasok. Kung mahawa lang naman tayo, Pilipino, por mahawa tayo ng puti, that is a disaster. So,
Mr. President,
sarado talaga ang Pilipinas.
ang problema kasi, Mr. President, yung mga manggagaling sa UK and in other parts of Europe, ito yung mga magbabakasyon lang, Mr. President. Hindi ito yung mga displaced because of COVID-19. Kasi karamihan ng mga OFWs natin who were displaced because of COVID-19 opted to stay because they're enjoying yung kanilang insurance benefits. Ang insurance benefits kasi ng mga workers in Europe is more than 1 year. Hindi kagaya sa atin dito na 2 months lang. Doon ang unemployment insurance ng mga workers is 14 months. Kaya they can afford to stay and wait for the possibility of going back to normalcy. Kaya karamihan ng mga uwi going from UK are for vacation, Mr. President. Kaya kung yun ang purpose ng naman nila, wag na natin na lang sila pauwiin. And by the way, Mr. President, kukunti lang naman yung manggagaling dyan sa UK and other parts of Europe. Karamihan ng mga nare-repatriate ni Secretary Tugade, manumbering from 1,500 to 3,000 a day, galing ito sa Asia and the Middle East countries, Mr. President. Kaya yung mga
Mr.
sa
President,
Europe,
Hanggang ngayon ba the numbers are steady? You have the average Filipinos.
Mr. Mayor President, we can submit those numbers. I don't have them now, but I can submit it first hour, even tomorrow, Sunday. I can give it.
No need. I just want to know because the experts are here.
Mr. President,
After our discussion, we'll ask them.
Opo.
Ang pasok ba ng is may may numbers ka that's pareho lang.
Mr. President.
The volume.
The one-stop shop is doing this on a regular basis, Your Honor.
Mr. President, may you
Yes.
butt in, please, sir? Yes, sir, I have here the record of arrivals from December 21. December 21, 1,477. December 22, 1,411. December 23, 19, December 24, 14, and yesterday, 968. So we are hovering between 15 to up to below 2,000, Mr. President, for the OFWs.
We have the, may average ka.
I think it's about 1.5, sir.
No, meron tayong cap set. Nasa 4,500 ngayon. And we are planning to increase that, Mr. Mayor President, by the start of January to 5,000 if IATF will confirm those numbers. May cap ho tayo dyan.
I hate to do this, but can we suspend this meeting for just about 30 minutes so that we can eat? I think the food is there. Mine was brought here. I'm reminded of my catechism noon sa Bible about pestilence. Peste itong. And this is actually pestilence. Yung so, ganito yan. We treat the new strain just like how we treated the COVID-19. The only thing here is that we agreed that si Art naman, he knows his business. Fumigation ng cargo, ng luggage, kaya man siguro yan. Just a matter, spray lang naman yan. Fumigate nga para to make sure that because there are different theories. One is that it does not pose any danger about COVID sticking to inanimate things, to mga bagay. But there are some other scientists say that it's capable of transmission and it sticks in the mga inanimate things. So the best thing is just to address all problems at the same time. We will treat the new strain as if we are treating the COVID, the way we treated the COVID. And if it is toxic, virulent, as the doctora says, we will respond accordingly. And it might be something like a lockdown if things get worse. So it would depend on the severity of the contamination and the number of people that's being contaminated. Then we maybe meet again and talk about adding more in the protocol to safeguard the nation. Ang ano naman dito is really the people. Our job is to protect the people and the nation. And so we are here. Kung wala na kayong mga department secretaries, we would ask the medical experts whether what we are planning to do is sound and doable. If not, kindly tell us, educate us, so that we would know what to do, the proper thing to do. Kung may kulang man o may sumubra and it is not really needed, kindly tell us how we got it wrong so that we can be, I said, informed of the war on how to wage the war against the COVID-19 and the new strain. Ang takot ko lang baka mag-mutate na mutate every time that there's a vaccine, mag-mutate itong mga loko-loko na ito. Saan galing, I do not know. But as I said, katikism ko sa grade school, it's pestilence. Pinipiste talaga itong po. So, we are here to ask for your help. So, anybody from the who would like to express, sir, kindly.
Mr. President, he is Dr. Camilo Rolla.
Ayan na, ito. Okay. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'm a clinician. I'm a pulmonologist. So my sense is that going back to the circumstance of the discovery of the strain, that it was in UK, and UK was experiencing a spike. It so happened that UK has this extensive surveillance as well. I mean, 10% or more of the cases nakita nila. What about in other countries where there are spikes and there is little surveillance? I understand sa US, 1% lang. Malalaman na merong mutant virus na either increasing in infectiousness or hopefully not increasing in severity ang disease niya, late na. So what I'm driving at, maybe the measures talked about earlier will not just be based on the reports of the strain identified, but also in the statistics of different countries where there is, by statistics, we have very good epidemiologists here, highly suspicious spike in either number of cases or deaths, and take the proactive measures until ma-prove yun, baka behavior lang, o baka poor nutrition, na hindi yon dahil sa mutant. Kasi mutation will really occur whenever the virus is populating different cells and reproducing. That's natural. So in those cases, suspect, we do something about it para hindi huli na nakapunta na sa atin. In the same way, Mr. President, kung meron tayong barangay or city na biglang ganun, and that we have been doing actually, granular kaagad yung measures para ma-discover kung baka dahil lang sa behavior nga, o baka may nakalusot from UK or somewhere that we found a bit late. Thank you.
Salamat, Doctor. That is why there has to be a nakatutok lang dito. Nothing about entering or nakatutok lang ito sa mga countries, lahat, tinamaan ngayon eh. Magtutok tayo dito sa countries where we think that there is a spike. And especially dito sa atin. And we would know that. So, ang ano talaga dito is surveillance. The only way that we can be prepared, not avoid, we cannot avoid it, but be prepared to confront the new virus if we know in advance how it will progress in coming into our country. So we have to, about the only thing really that's good about this contagion now is that every country is telling, it's transparent, telling the truth. And even China admitted that the COVID-19 started from there. And itong new strain, of course, it's the first country who reported it was Britain. So, pag-aralan natin siya. So, may nakatutok talaga dyan. But I would suggest that we create a panel or who would just be, whose job would be only to observe the different progression and the identification of the new strain. Apparently, there is because Spain, ayan, first case nila. Saudi Arabia, mayroon sila, sinira na nila. All inbound are suspended. Tayo dito, we will meet again about, today is 26. We will meet again on the 28 something. Sandali lang. We'll just, just try to figure out how we are doing and if our preparation is necessary. Because in between, by and large, hindi naman natin malaman kung bukas meron o wala. So we should meet on the, if you have the time, I would ask you to, kung kaya lang ninyo, 28 then after Christmas, about January 3. We will inform you. This is just a timeline, but exactly when pwede namang it could be moved or transferred to another date. Gusto kong malaman yung mga what's in the mind of the experts. Can we hear?
Mr. President, the OIC WHO country representative, Dr. Socorro Escalante, would like to manifest. Mr. President, may we recognize her? Okay.
Good evening, Mr. President, and thank you so much, Secretary Duque. First and foremost, Mr. President, we agree with the experts na nagsabi na po kanina that we are expecting the mutation of this virus. And because the more the virus will circulate, the more chances of mutation. And we agree that it's the same characteristics and attributes in terms of the mode of transmission, except as Secretary Duque has already said, we are still looking into other attributes such as the transmissibility or kung mas grabe po yung pagkaka-infect or yung pathogenicity ng virus. So considering that, Mr. President, the WHO recommendation for now is not to restrict travel, but to ensure that our public health interventions are in place and that the country is ready to mitigate any event that the transmissibility or this new strain will come into the country. But there are 3 points, Mr. President, that we want to add. Unang-una po, we want to encourage more thorough risk assessment of the situation. And risk assessment would really, especially in this circumstance, would if we are going to meet again on the 28th, we will look at the data that is being submitted by the member states to the WHO through the International Health Regulation. And by this information, we will get the latest update from the different countries. And this risk mitigation, Mr. President, would include looking at what is the current stage of transmission of this specific variant in the country of origin of our passengers. For example po, if we are looking, for example, for Australia, Japan, and Singapore, although meron na pong the cases that have been detected and reported through the international health regulations, by this basis, we would not encourage like lockdowns or restrictions of travel, because the numbers are low, and these are also the countries which have very stringent public health interventions. So kung malakas po yung public health intervention ng isang country, and the cases are limited to imported cases at wala pa naman pong community transmission, it is not going to warrant the declaration of a lockdown from that country. On the other hand, the risk assessment would also be for the national risk assessment. We need to take this opportunity to look at saan ba yung gaps ng mitigating measures natin, including, for example, the points of entry, how we quarantine and how we isolate the individuals, plus our own surveillance. In the past 9 months, Mr. President, we do observe that the government has already put all the necessary public health interventions and measures, but we have learned also a lot of lessons on the capacity of our local governments to really prepare to mitigate the risks when people are traveling abroad or from Manila to the provinces. And the biggest lessons that we have had is when individuals coming from places where there is ongoing community transmission or high level of transmission will go to places where wala pa tayong infection. So these individuals will seed those localities. And when the local government units or those areas are not ready for contact tracing, isolation, and quarantine, then lumalabas po at nakakalusot yung infection. So now, in this current situation, the risk that we are seeing, Mr. President, is the increased mobility of the population and what is happening in the UK, but that is only a part of the risk. The second part of the risk is how strong our public health intervention in this country will be able to cope up with this risk. So in the meantime, Mr. President, we would really encourage the country to add the measures on thorough risk assessment plus risk mitigation by ensuring the capacity of our public health systems in the country. Another point, Mr. President, is we would support the inclusion of genomics sequencing in our surveillance system, because as we said, this virus is going to mutate, and we do not know if there are already mutations also in our country that is actually causing faster transmission, or we do not know the attribute and nature of the virus that is already circulating. So WHO is in support of the National Institute of Health and the RITM on the move to strengthen the genomics sequencing in the country. Last point, Mr. President, regarding po yung Sabah, Malaysia, we have confirmed as of now from information within WHO that the variant that they have identified in Sabah is not the same as the variant in UK, but it's similar to other mutations that's located in South Africa, in Australia, and in Netherlands. So, and we do not yet know what is the significance of this mutation and what are the implications in terms of public health system. So again, Mr. President, to summarize the point that that we would like to deliver to the body, One, we expect virus mutations, and this is expected to happen. Number two, our public health interventions that are needed and are already proven to effective are in place. We just need to systematize and strengthen them. Number three, we need to ensure that we do thorough risk assessment, and that risk assessment is about the country of departure of the passengers plus the capacity of our health systems to handle the arrivals. And number four is risk communication is very important. So thank you so much, Mr. President, and to the body, and WHO will continue to be part of these discussions and be part of the risk assessment, as well as to provide continued information as we gather from other countries.
Yes, you. It's a very good narrative. Lalo na yung ano, I'd like to zero in on itong surveillance, pati yung the way how we, yung interdiction ng, it's not intervention, it's really interdiction, how the local governments would also help us. Alam mo, ang pag-asa talaga natin dito si Secretary Anyo. Because sa lahat na ito, it's aside from us here in Manila, sa probinsya, it's always the mayor, municipal mayor, and the city health officer, plus the barangay captain. The most influential dyan sa barangay is really the barangay captain. And if the mayor, kanya-kanyang assessment, kanya-kanyang ano, without being yung sa Davao ngayon, ang mayor doon nag-curfew. The curfew was originally 7 o'clock. Then there were a lot of complaints. It has been moved to 9. But kung ganun sila ka zealousness ang trabaho nila, the push of Secretary Anyo sa lahat, make them obligatory. Kasi itong mga barangay captain, actually, government has the perfect setup. You have the president, then you have the governors, then you have the city mayors, municipal mayors, then the different barangays. Alam mo, ang pinaka, ano dyan, is the mayor and the barangay captains. So, make it an obligation of them to really strictly follow also the whatever direction that we take in this fight against COVID. There has to be a unanimity rather in the modality, kasi pag hindi kanya-kanya o tamad-tamaran, so it behoves upon the Secretary of Health to also to move them to action. Walang magtamad-tamaran. Ganito na lang. If they are not at par, in parity with the rest of the nation, di palitan natin sila. In the meantime, we do not remove them from office. Palitan, just move aside. And maybe the vice mayor can do it. Ganun na lang ang gawin. That's my suggestion to Secretary Anyo. If they are not doing the very things that are important to in this fight, yung iba to take it as just an ordinary thing, they do not really, maybe they have not realized the seriousness. Then we can always move them. We do not remove them from office. You just step aside and assign the next thing, the persons who can do it, including the mayors. Makikita mo yan sa spike that you were talking about. Kung mag-spike ang isang barangay, then sa surveillance, sa investigation, we should be able to determine why. Bakit? Yan, sa health authorities na yan, kay Secretary Duque yan. But push them hard, Secretary, and tell them that, well, we are live. I hope that this will be heard by everybody. Talagang obligasyon ng mayor yan to protect public health. It's not Indian. Iyo talaga yan. Hindi mo pasa yan sa iba. That is your job. That is your function. So mayors must exert efforts na sa kanilang kanilang munisipyo at barangay is working. And they can push hard also the barangay captains. Yung mga barangay captains na hindi ito matrabaho, and the surveillance in Manila would just notice that there is a spike in your barangay, then we will investigate why. No, so if others, compared to the others, yours is in a worse situation, tell me why is it like that? Yung trabaho talaga ng gobyerno to eh. It's not the job of just anybody. It falls heavily on the shoulders of government. So yung struktura na yan, we have to make use of it because that is what is intended for in the first place. That structure there is part of the governance that the government has at least control over the events mangyari sa ating bayan. This time, lahat tayo. I said it behooves upon everybody who is with government to contribute. Dapat lang gawin ninyo, kinig kayo sa sinasabi ng yung surveillance talaga importante. And well, if there's a lot of people who are sick, then maybe the government, the national government would also contribute something to control the pandemic in your place. Anybody from, yes, sir, may I?
Mr. President, Dr. Ed Salvania was going to manifest, and then to be followed by Dr. Hepte.
Good evening, Mr. President. Good evening to everyone. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak. I think one thing that has to be clear, this is not the first time that we are seeing a variant come into the country. If we remember in June, when we had the surge of cases, there was actually a new variant that came from Europe, yung D614G. And this was actually worse. It was 3 to 9 times more infectious than the original virus po. And if you remember, we had about 6,000 cases at the peak of that surge. And so we know what happens when we get a variant in. But that was also at the same time that we went from ECQ to GCQ. So we know how to deal with these variants po, and as Secretary Duque has already mentioned, the minimum health standards are the key, the implementation. And I think what we have now is actually some advanced information. Hindi kagaya nung dati na nakapasok na lang siya and our ITM was able to detect it, but it was already here. So ngayon may advanced information tayo, so we are actually prepared so that we can preempt any kind of spike without resulting to drastic measures like lockdown. Hopefully hindi siya mag-spike that high. Now the other question is, will the vaccine still work on this variant? We do not know yet, but because the mutation is still relatively new and hindi pa ganun ka-mutated yung virus compared to other illnesses like for instance sa HIV or sa influenza, we expect that the vaccine will still work against this. But there is no guarantee that it will not continue to mutate and then the vaccine will start to lose efficacy. But that is not the end of the world because we can actually fix the vaccines as well. But that goes back to proper monitoring and surveillance so we know if the vaccine is already starting to lose efficacy so that we can preempt and we can add the strains to the vaccines para gumagana pa rin. So basically what I'm saying is this is not the first time we're facing a variant. We know how to deal with it. And also that surveillance is really key to making sure that our vaccines, once they get here, remain effective. But we know what works, and I think that we just have to make sure that we are doing the right public health interventions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, you said it right. What is important is we would know, or we should know, whether it would work or not. Any, I said, interdiction into this pandemic now going on, masiguro lang natin na yung ginagawa natin would be the correct one. It's important that it would reflect the situation that we are fighting for. Yes, Doctor.
Good evening.
We have Dr.
Yes.
Troy Hepter, Mr. President.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. President.
Yes.
Susundan ko lang po yung nasabi ni Dr. Edsel at ni Dr. Escalante. This is with regards po yung dun sa suggestion nyo na magkaroon tayo ng separate task force or maybe a technical working group to look at the situation as it is. Kasi nagde-develop po yung nangyayari and I think as Dr. Escalante of WHO mentioned, a proper risk assessment will be very helpful for us to understand kung ano po yung characteristics nitong new variant nito, how it appears, and in the contribution of other member states or countries of WHO, they can help us come up with a good picture of what is happening. With regards po dun sa surveillance natin, I think we need to also acknowledge po that we have a lot of success in our systems development for surveillance for diseases, contact tracing, yung pagsiset up po ng mga laboratories, health facilities. And I think ang important po, aside from looking at where the diseases are o yung mga spikes or clusters, natutuntun din po natin kung saan po medyo may kahinaan dun sa ating system. Varied po kasi yung ating mga LGUs. Some are performing better than others, but some are not that organized or kulang po sa capacity. And I think we should really be able to have that kind of granularity also to look at yung system's performance natin down to the local level. And I believe that DOH and DILG has that very close relationship so that we can inform them of what the probable gaps are in the surveillance system. And crucial po kasi kung mag-iisip tayo dun sa timing, pag kinulang tayo ng, or kinahuli tayo ng konti, baka dumami yung kaso. And very crucial po yung capacity building natin for surveillance. And nakasalali po yan dun sa office ng DOH Epidemiology Bureau and all of their network dun sa epidemiology and surveillance units all over the country. So I think how we try to get that system and study it and how we can further add to its strengthening and improvement, all the better po for us to prepare ourselves for this threat of this new variant. It won't be the first and last time po. And I think there will be other opportunities for us to learn kung paano natin mapapaigting pa yung ating mga measures against this particular threat of possible mutations in the future. Yun lang po, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Wala namang problema sa ano because si General Lorenzana, General Anio, pati si General Galvez are listening. So, we would rely on their power, brain, to come up with the responses if it comes. But let me revisit itong vaccine. I remember distinctly dito sa body that I said itong vaccine, ang pagbili, ang to select and to bawat to buy, binigay ko yan kay General Galvez. Solely kanya, sabi ko. Idiyo yan lahat trabaho. Then there comes this raucous about a vaccine already about to be maniwala kanya sa Amerikano na yan. So merong ano na deliberate and the thing was spoiled by Secretary Duque. Tignan mo lang ang ano ang tignan mo laro dito sa gobyerno na to. I place it in the hands of General Galvez. Iyo lahat yan. Pagka nakabulyaso yan, ikaw ang titirahin namin. Iyo yan. Well, of course, the policy would be made by General Lorenzana and General Anyo. Itong, sila yan. If it fails, then you have 3 generals to face the firing squad. Ayusin niya. They're there to just assist they do not take anything from Secretary Duque. So, tutulungan lang nilang yan. Pero itong pang vaccine, at what price, what is the brand, kay Galvez yan lahat. So, binigay ko yan sa kanya. Means to say that I trust him to get a good bargain for government. Pero sa ngayon, lahat ng vaccine naman talaga na bumadali. But do not believe in that shit about America delivering kaagad. Hindi nga niya ma-deliver doon sa kanilang lugar, dito pa. Itong Amerikano talaga. Maniwala kayo. I've been with government, have dealt with them many times. And that's why I have naging cynic ako sa kanila. Kasi wala pa, pasigil na dyan. Kung ibigay, di ibigay. Wala man. Why if you want to help, if America wants to help, you deliver, stop talking. What we need is the vaccine, not your verbose speeches. Ang kanila lang kasi kay yung visiting forces agreement, matatapos na. Ngayon, pag hindi ako pumayag, aalis talaga sila. Kung hindi sila makadeliver ng baski na lang in minimum of mga 20 million vaccines, they better get out. no vaccine, no, stay here. Luko-luko talaga ito. Ano, bigay ka, bigay. Wala na maraming ingay. So they are put on notice that if you cannot produce the vaccine, 20 million at least, immediately, ay, mahirap pa nga dyan mismo in your own country. You choose Pfizer. Pfizer is up to its neck producing it for everybody. And then you promise so many countries of your vaccine. So, ulitin ko, it is only General Galvez, the hero of Marawi. Kaya niya to. So, when is the earliest vaccine, General?
Sir, the Western based vaccine, sir, the earliest, sir, is May, sir. So we are already, 85% of the contract for 20 million for the government and 10 million for the private sector. Then another US-based, India-based vaccine, we might be having our contract signed by January. Pfizer also by January, sir. And also Moderna, we just have a initial arrangement for 20 million doses. So all in all, sir, if we will get Novavax, AstraZeneca, Pfizer, J&J, and also Moderna, we might have more or less 80 million doses. And also recently, at the evening of 24, and also in the morning, the Gamaleya of Russia also negotiated for another 25 billion. And for them, the efficacy of Gamaleya is 91.5% for the first dose, and the second dose is 95. So we are asking them to submit the clinical trial number 3. And we hope that if we will be having all this contract closed by January, the earliest, the earliest is if we will prove that Gamaleya is very safe and effective, they will produce it on February. On Sinovac, sir, we're still negotiating with the Sinovac Hong Kong, but for now, sir, Yusek Borge will make an arrangement again with the ambassador. So there is no there is no truth yung sa lumalabas na balita na we are focusing only on few vaccine. It is a portfolio. Basically, ang mauna, sir, is AstraZeneca, yung magiging contract natin. And next is a Novavax from Serum India. Next is Pfizer. And then maybe Johnson & Johnson's. We have also the discussion of the head of terms and also the supply agreement, and also with Moderna. And then followed by Gamaleya and also the Sinovac. So the contract that we will be having is basically, as I've said, from Novavax, AstraZeneca, Pfizer, J&J, Moderna, Sinovac, and Gamaleya.
Don't mind so much about the cost. The thing here is availability. Kung sino yung mayroong magigay sa atin, never mind if it's costing kanila, sabi sila, ours is much expensive because it is more potent. Oh, sige, bilhin mo na lang. What's available there, bilhin mo because it's an emergency. Never mind about the costing. Wala na, hindi natin pinapag-usapan yan. Total, hindi makaagad bayad yan. Hindi, dahan-dahan lang bayad natin next year. Tapos, dalawang taon. Then you say that give us another 2 years because our economy is in shambles. So we have no money. Pero kunin mo na, tanggapin mo na. Pero huwag mo sabihin na wala kang pera.
Sir, Mr. President, sir, all doctors are here to allay some fears of the public. Sir, we will follow the ADB World Bank standards. We have 1.3 billion that has been allocated by World Bank and ADB for the stringent qualification of every vaccine that will come here. Sa ADB po, kailangan po na World Health, WHO accredited ang vaccine na papasok sa atin. Pangalawa, sir, is kailangan may stringent regulation coming from US, either US, UK, or other Indian countries. And then, yung World Bank po mas mataas. Either 2 or 3 SRAs. At saka kailangan po talaga dumaan po sa vaccine expert panel po natin at saka po sa ating FDA bago po natin makuha. So, napaka-stringent po. Kaya po kami po na gusto natin i-announce sa ating mga kababayan na yung pinipili po natin na vaccine is very safe and effective considering that they will follow our stringent procedures. And at the same time, they will follow the stringent procedures of our fund manager and yung tatawag nating procurement agent, which is the ADB and the World Bank and the EEIB. Yun po.
I'd like also to call the attention of Attorney Domingo sa FDA. Doktor? Doktor ka ba? Abogado ka. Nanay mo ang abogado. Ano yung doc? Yung ganito yan. If it is already, it has passed the scrutiny of countries like the United States and made available to its citizens, UK, huwag mo nang patagalin yung process para kung ano man ang magdating sa inyo, gusto mo ikaw muna magtusok sarili mo yun. Tapos, if nothing happens to you, then let it go in a jiffy.
Yes. Mr. President, pag naman po galing na sa stringent regulatory authority like the US FDA or UK, minimal na lang po yung additional requirements natin. Ano na lang po, stability sa Pilipinas, sa klima natin. And of course, some information lang po doon sa clinical trial nila na showing na yung efficacy niya in safety in an Asian population is also similar to the general ginamit po kasi nila usually mga puti. So meron naman pong mga 5% dyan usually na Asian. At pag hiniwalay naman natin, nakita natin na pareho din yung efficacy and safety niya, okay na po sa atin yun. Tapos yun lang po, kailangan lang siguraduhin natin na yung niregister talaga nila sa Amerika halimbawa, yun din yung dadalhin nila dito sa atin. Baka po kasi mamaya ibang factory pala yung, o ibang paraan. So we just have to make sure that the product that is registered in the US, for example, is the same product that will be brought here. At yun lang pong mga konting local requirements lang po natin for stability dito po sa Pilipinas. Kailangan lang po mapakita na pag binyahe naman siya papunta rito, hindi nasisira po yung bakuna. Pero mabilis lamang po, basta po galing sa mga stringent na regulatory authority.
How about, let me ask you, how about the Chinese? Yung nila,
we expect din po na mag-apply din sila probably by January because yung pong clinical trial phase 3 nila is wrapping up ngayong December at lalabas na daw po yung interim results nila. So once we have that, then we can have an evaluation. Yun nga lang po, medyo mas stricto lang po kasi wala pa pong pinanggalingang ibang FDA counterpart. But the vaccine expert panel po nila Dr. Montoya at sila Dr. Nina Gloriani, nangako na rin naman po natutulong din sa amin sa yung pong mga tiga-DOST. So that we can evaluate, pwede rin naman po silang mag-apply.
Yung Sinopharm?
Yes, sir. Kasi may EUA na po sila sa China eh. So they allow it for use in their own country. So that gives us some confidence na yun naman pong safety profile niya ay maganda. Yun nga lang po, dadaan lang po sa expert panel natin.
I take it as a declaration of its potency. yung declaration nila na it has passed the test because they gave it to almost 1 million of their soldiers.
Mataas din po yung early reports nila, more than 80% din po, parang 84% yung efficacy rate. Kaya lang, the final interim report is still not yet published, kaya hindi pa po namin na-access. At hinihintay din po namin para ibibigay naman daw po sa ano natin, sa expert panel.
Kung mag-ano yan sa iyo, sino pharmaceuticals, yun nga, sabi ko, it has passed the test sa kanila. Hindi naman yan sila mag-ano kung if it is deleterious to their citizens, they would not even attempt to inject one person. Pero marami na. At sabihin ko sa iyo, marami na ang nagpa-injection dito sa Sinopharm. At huwag kang tumingin sa akin kaya hindi kita kilala.
Wala nga po kaming mahuli. Nakatatlong raid na po kami sa Makati tsaka sa Binondo pero wala naman po kaming nahuli pa.
If it's Sinopharm, ano talaga totoo? Ito na lang ako ang may problema ngayon. For example lang, pwede ako magpabukuna uli pagdating ng Pfizer mo.
Yun, kasi po bagong-bago pa yung mga bakuna, wala pa po tayong experience no doon sa paggamit po ng isang bakuna at ang ibang bakuna pa. Although I think our immunologists here and would say na posible naman po, no? Kaya lang masyado lang pong bago pa kasi tas iba-iba po yung platform, iba-ibang teknolohiya na hindi pa po siguro tayo ready paghalu-haluin.
Yun ang masakit yung ulo ng iba, hindi ako. Halos lahat ng sundalo na tusukan. I have to be frank and I have to tell the truth. I will not voice a lie. Marami na nagpatusok. And lahat. Up to now, wala akong narinig. For the select few, not all soldiers, not all soldiers. Hindi pa kasi policy. If it's a policy now to have them injected with, pero gusto ko mauna sila because I do not want a sickly armed forces and a sickly police. The reason why is that they have to be in good health all the time because they are responsible for the law and order of this country. At ito na marami tayong kalaban dito sa itong mga NPA. But kung tingin mo, may I ask you, kung ang NPA magpatusok sila, would you allow them?
Pag pumunta po kasi po sa Barangay Health Center, baka po hindi naman natin pwedeng i-turn away dahil yung pong ating mga doktor at saka yung mga nurse natin doon, sumumpa po sila na lahat gagamutin nila at lahat bibigyan nila ng serbisyo. So, pupunta po siguro ng kusang loob sa health center natin, baka po kailangan bigyan din natin katulad po ng ibang mamamayan.
Bigyan mo tubig. Thank you. The vaccine is available to every Filipino citizen, including the communist NPAs, so that you can fight better and you are healthy, because I know that you will die. Pag hindi talaga kayo naghinto, mamamatay talaga kayo lahat. That's the gospel truth of it all. We will make available to you. We will not, in the name of humanity, we will not deny. Kasi ano yan Pero just to make you healthy so that you will die. Pag hindi kayo naghinto sa food, you stop. Kasi yung pera na kinukuha ninyo sa... Alam mo, let me just mag-segue ako. It's Christmas time. Merry Christmas to you. Happy New Year kayong lahat. Pero ito ang tandaan ninyo. Itong mga sundalo na NPA, itong mga lumad at itong misguided Filipinos for so many years now, you've been fighting almost siguro, meron dito couple. When the child was born, both husband and wife left to join the NPA. Dito yung nagalit ako, sabi ko, because yung sabi ko, sana yung anak ninyo, katabi nila. Tapos, nakapag-aral na, I think, mag-sailor. Sabi ko nga, doon ka na sa Navy magpunta. Doon ako nagalit. Sabi ko, ipaano ko yung ano ng, I was not joking, I was really, nagalit ako, sabi ko, kita mo, iniwan ninyo yung bata ngayon, matangkad pa sa kanila. Yung, ang ano nito is, yung pera na ginagamit ng mga leader ninyo ay dugo ng Pilipino yon. We cannot invite investors kasi sinusunog ninyo sa probinsya. Sinusunog ninyo yung mga backhoe, mga tractor. Million yan eh. And you deprive the Filipinos of good infrastructure. Kaya nagagawa. Hindi na magtuloy, magbaback out. Nobody is willing to take unless magbayad. Pero to tell you the truth, to tell the nation the truth, lahat bumibigay. Mga malls, mga lahat bumibigay. Alam ba ninyo yan, mga NPA? Lahat ng malls, ay hindi na ako I won't mention names. Lahat ng malls dito sa Manila, nagbibigay ng taxation sa inyo. Lahat ng hotel. Kaya maraming pera. Pagka milyon-milyon. Look, saan nila pinapaaral yung anak nila? Sa Europe. Itong anak ni Sarate. And now he wants to talk to me if it is to the best interest of the people. It has nothing to do with the interest of the people. Attorney Sarate, Congressman Sarate. It is a question which I would like to ask you. Saan mo kinukuha yung pera na to finance the study of your son sa Europe? Tinignan ko yung lahat ng, I cannot read all. But nandito yung, sabi mo, sponsored by the Lula. The Lula does not even have income tax. Walang matanda na. So you were lying actually. And because the money that you finance, the study of your child, of your son, is taxation. Ang taxation, ito namang mga kayong mga loko-loko na nagagap na paggamit kayo ng mga tarantadong itong mga leader ninyo. Sila, milyon-milyon. Lahat ha, sabi ko, lahat. Lahat ng mines companies, lahat ng mga laging-laging dyan, naglalag over, nagbibigay yan. Milyon yan. Pero ang sa inyo, hanggang anong binibigay sa inyo? Medisina para sa eksena. Puro at saka malaria. Lahat kayo may malaria na niyan. Tapos pasunod-sunod kayo. Totoo yan. Ako, nagsasabi ako, kaibigan man tayo noon. Kaya lang nung na-presidente ako, kalaban talaga tayo. Natural. because mine now is the interest of the nation. Sinasabi ko lang, hinto na kayo. Mag-surrender na kayo kasi walang ginawa yung mga leader ninyo. It's plain banditry. There is no more ideological setup in their minds. Ang kanila na lang, mag-kill-kill sa mga tao. You are not fighting anything anymore. Not even a religion, if you may. Wala. Pareho talaga kayo ng Abu Sayyaf. No different. Ako pa sa inyo, mag-merge na lang. Totoo yan. Wala kayong ginawa kung hindi you want money to come to your hands through or by virtue of the blood and tears of other Filipinos. Sinisira ninyong bayan. We cannot, pareho tayo ng aeroplano. Nasakay tayo lahat. Nagte-take off tayo. Nandiyan na tayo sa runway. Pero wala tayong lift. Hindi tayo umangat. Hanggang endless runway lang yan. Sige, tumatawag. Yan ang Pilipinas. Dahil sa inyo. Mainly dahil sa inyo talaga. What disturbs the public order in the Philippines kay kayo. Ang masakit dyan, hindi nyo alam na ang koleksyon ng mga ito sa mga nasa NDF, yung mga leader ninyo, pati si Season. Season, I forgot to paper. This is not kasi the proper time. Paano lang ako sabi ko, mag-segue lang ako. He traveled, is traveling around Europe. Punta-punta pa doon sa mga snow, mag-snow. We are on live. Mabuti, para masabi ko sa kanila, mga ulur sila. Ay, galit ako sa kanila. God, bring it to the people. Sumurinder na kayo. Ako, pag nag-surrender kayo, bahay. Meron mga kondo na ginagawa ko sa probinsya. Pag nag-surrender kayo, sabi ko na sa sundalo, para kanila yon eh. Sabi ko, bata, pasensya ka na, ibigay na lang natin dito para madali ang pacification campaign. Biglang ko kayo ng trabaho, sinisulduhan ko kayo. Yung test na nandyan, tinuturuan kayo maghanap buhay. Ang inyo, sige, hingi na pera doon sa mga tao. Ako pa sa inyo, ganito. Kung ayaw talaga ninyo, maghingi, mag-taxation kayo, hawakan ninyo yung pera. Pagdating ng mga NDF leaders, makipag-usap sa inyo about, wala, ideology natin. There's nothing to talk about. Siguro sine na panood ninyo. Ako pa sa inyo, i-hostage ninyo yung NDF, maghingi kayo ng ransom. Sabihin ninyo na ang pera, logi kami. Bigyan ninyo kami. Diyan, suportado ko kayo. I-ransom ninyo yung, i-kidnap ninyo. Hindi ako mag-ano. I will not lift a finger to help those idiots. Kaya, libre kayo sa ano? Libre kayo sa vaccine sa COVID. Sabihin ko kay General Galvez na lahat ng Pilipino, including you, kasi Pilipino kayo, putang, hindi ito, hindi ito gastos ninyo. Gastos sa ibang tao, ibang Pilipino. Not you. Kayo, extortion ang ginagawa ninyo. uh, hingi ako ng tawad sa body for the outburst. Hindi ko mapigilan sarili ko eh. Because we arrive at this issue of whether this should be vaccinated. All Filipinos, ang Abu Sayyaf, mag-report lang kayo sa military. Sila ang magbakuna sa inyo. So, meron pa ba? Is there any other thing that we should be hearing?
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
can I just, sir, request, pakibalik lang yung recommendation. And I'd like, sir, for your approval through a motion, perhaps, so that we
Okay.
can approve the recommendation. And if the recommendations might stand improvement, so be it. Can we look at the recommendations, Secretariat, just so we can close this thing?
Okay.
Sa recommendation lang po. Yan po. Number one, sir, is we recommend a strict mandatory quarantine for countries that report new variant. So travelers coming from countries or areas, Hong Kong, Singapore, Australia, with confirmed new variant shall undergo mandatory completion of the 14-day quarantine regardless of the RT-PCR test results. And then number two, countries with local community transmission of new variant will consider travel restrictions only when transmission of new variant is at the community level. Perhaps the WHO can make a comment here as the source of the information where the community transmissions are happening and which countries for our guidance, Mr. President.
There are three recommendations, and I'd like to ask the body if there is any comment. Yes, Secretary Roque.
Mayor, Sec Duque, what about extending the travel ban from the UK? Because it will expire on the 31st.
Again,
Yung extension po of the travel ban from the UK dahil yung travel ban po natin is only until the 31st of December.
Travel ban from here to UK.
Hindi po, from UK to here. Hanggang
Yes,
31 lang po.
As a matter of fact, I'm telling you, there is no way of knowing how this thing would evolve. It is evolving. Ito yung new strain. But how fast is the progression, wala pa tayong alam. So, the best way is really to play safe. You put a stop sa travel nila. That is good. Kasali naman siguro yan dyan.
Mayor, in addition, could I add a fourth one then? I propose a fourth one. An extension of the travel ban for all flights coming from the UK, including those who transited in the UK for another 2 weeks.
Okay. I accept that. It's good. So, it's amended accordingly. Anyway, meron bang mga nagsusulat yan? Kayo sa likod? Sila? Mukhang wood-after man yung mga babae dyan. Okay. Number one is amended to include the motion of Secretary Roque. Is there any objection? Any comment? How about the second countries to? Is there a modification that you'd want to, or is it complete by itself? I think it is complete by itself. So if there is no objection, no further comment, the recommendations are carried.
Mr. President, how about the face-to-face recall of the face-to-face educational use face-to-face, Mr. President?
Ay, sinabi ko na,
Yes.
yung face-to-face ni Secretary Brunel, I'm sorry to disappoint her. Hindi ako pwedeng this variant because this variant attacks even young people. Itong COVID original, may mga pa itong yawa na ito, selective na. Yung COVID ito, it does not affect so much the young people. They seem to be not vulnerable. Pero itong strain ngayon, they say that it affects also the young people. So, yung face-to-face na klase, wala na yun. We'll just wait for the normal season of schooling. It's vacation, then June. Hopefully, June, baka mag-improve na at mabakunahan na ng mga bata, di okay na.
Mr. President, the Executive Director of the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, ED Dr. Montoya, would like to manifest. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary, and thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd just like to, if it's possible, because it seems to me that the genome sequencing was focused on people coming from the UK. We have to bear in mind that the mutations, as was already repeatedly mentioned by the medical experts, will not only happen from outside of the Philippines, but can also happen within the country, independent of what is happening outside of the country, by virtue of burden of disease, infection. So may I suggest that the genomic surveillance, as part of the biosurveillance, should be strengthened to include targeted sequencing in high-risk groups, for example, like clusters with increased cases, clusters with increased severity and deaths, because these are actually the indicators for probably new variants arising in the Philippine population. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Ganito yan we are focused on people coming in from UK, but let us see what develops in the coming days. We will meet on the 28th. My take is that passengers or people coming in from countries badly hit, or there's really a full-blown contamination we will include, I think, everybody. Not everybody, but people who we believe come from places where the COVID-19 and the new variant is present and is rapidly contaminating people. On the 28th, hopefully, we will be meeting again and we can see what develops. We have to be very informed of the situation. It is, I said, evolving in Britain. It is a full-blown one. Dito naman sa iba is meron lang 1 or 2 or 3. So we will calibrate our response depending on the severity ng tama nila. If they are hit severely and there's a spike now, we might consider everybody coming from, yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, good evening po. We just like po to, una, I feel very heartened po continuously hearing the importance of surveillance. As someone from the Epidemiology Bureau, napakahalaga po talaga no, na ang surveillance, siya yung nakakahanap ng sakit. Pero ngayon na wala pa pong bakuna, ang importansya niya ay yung nabanggit niyo po na saan ang pagtaas at bakit po tumataas. At pag dumating po ang COVID vaccine, ang surveillance po magsasabi sa inyo kung effective po no, yung bakuna natin at nakaka-detect po siya ng mga adverse events para alam natin kailangan bang itigil ang pagbabakuna. Pero i-level up po natin siya, and I think that's what Dr. Jimmy is saying. The biosurveillance or genetic sequencing, hindi naman po kailangan lahat kasi una, it's really expensive and there should be targeted population. At ang una po natin ay yung mga galing UK, ikalawa po, siguro sampling po ng mga hindi po galing UK, pero galing po sa ibang bansa. Kasi po, hindi natin alam baka yung Hong Kong, ngayon lang po kasi sila na-detect, pero we don't know. Baka makita na rin po sa ibang bansa yung mga bagong variant na to or iba pa pong variant. At yung nabanggit nga ni Dr. Jimmy, dito po targeted ang sampling natin. Sino yung may pagtaas, sino yung nagka-cluster, kesyo community po yan, workplace or jails, yun pong mga, kung may mga mataas no, na kaso ng severe disease or pagkamatay. At yung huli po sir, ngayon ang dami na kasi nating kaso na hindi na natin alam saan galing So, hindi ko alam kung kuha siya sa trabaho, sa public transportation. Kailangan, siguro sampling ang term namin, no? Hindi lahat, pero maliit na porsyento para lang malaman natin saan kaya nanggagaling, no? Sino yung sources of infection at anong setting. Mahalaga po yun sa ekonomiya natin. Kung nakikita natin ang source of infection pala matitrace ba ko sa workplace, then we know we need to do something sa workplace or sa jails po siya or sa healthcare facility. And that's something that the DOH along with the other agencies will prepare para alam natin ilan to at magkano po yung magagastos natin para po sa biosurveillance na ipapropose po natin. Thank you, Mr. President.
Can you comment on it?
Yes, I support the manifestation of the EB representative, Dr. De Guzman. We should really strengthen, in general, rather than in specific terms, the biosurveillance capacity and, in particular, the genomic sequencing capacity. Because, as correctly pointed out, the mutation is not just limited to UK. It can happen everywhere, in fact. No? So it's best to really characterize these new strains because it will influence to a certain degree our pandemic response. No? So it is crucial that the biosurveillance capacity be ramped up, and that is why in the number 3 recommendation, which I think deserves an amendment, no? Warrants an amendment, which is not just limiting it to travelers from UK, but really biosurveillance in as a whole, the capacity strengthening. Yun lang po, Mr. President.
May ano ako, nawala sa isip ko Kasi pag uwi ko dyan sa bahay ko, dumating ako kanina, nagbakasyon man lahat. Cook, pati lahat. Ang naiman yung gwardiya lang. Walang luto nga. Problema pa sana kung magkain. Order na siguro ako ng ano. Yes, actually tama yan. Just think about it, ponder, then we will know on the 28th whether we are taking that course correctly. Sino ba? Yes, ma'am. You want to?
I would like to acknowledge, Mr. President, with your permission, Dr. Sanya Carlos, head of the RITM.
Good evening
Yes,
po.
go ahead, ma'am. You have the floor.
Proposed amendment, sir, for number 3. We wish to amend that only PCR positive samples be referred for sequencing because it is not useful just to send samples if they are not PCR positive. So it will waste a lot of resources. So proposed amendment is only PCR positive samples will be sent to either the Philippine Genome Center, the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine, or the UP-NIH. This has been discussed among us earlier. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, we agree with the. I agree with the proposed amendment to specifically state that only positive PCR test results, equivalent swab be submitted for genomic sequencing.
So may the record show that the proposed amendment is accepted and the original recommendation modified as such. Yes, Secretary Guevara.
Mr. President, I would just like to add a fourth recommendation. And well, based on our discussions earlier, one very significant thing that I noted was the observation that this new COVID-19 virus has not yet reached Philippine shores. So I guess that our main priority at this time is to ensure that this new virus strain will not enter Philippine territory. So with that, Mr. President, last December 15, you issued an executive order further strengthening our border controls through the adoption of the Advanced Passenger Information System. However, that has not yet been actually implemented because implementing rules and regulations have to be formulated within 16 days from effectivity by the Bureau of Immigration and other relevant government agencies. This system, Mr. President, will authorize the Bureau of Immigration to obtain advance information from various airlines and carriers about the origin of their individual passengers, their originating flight, their connecting flight, their transit flight, and so many other relevant information. This will serve not only to address security risks, but also health risks. So what I'm proposing, Mr. President, is that we implement this advanced passenger information system immediately, although the Bureau of Immigration and other relevant agencies have been given 60 days from effectivity to come up with implementing rules and regulations. May I suggest that in view of the urgency of the situation, that the period within which to come up with this IRR be shortened in view of the urgency of the situation. So as soon as the implementing rules and regulations are in place, Mr. President, we can immediately put this into operation, and health risks that may be associated with passengers coming from not only the UK, but also from other infected countries may be properly addressed even before the passenger boards the flight coming to the Philippines. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes. Well, that would add a burden to the people from whose country the plane is carrying the passengers. So you want it shortened?
We just want, well, to direct, if you may, the Bureau of Immigration and the other implementing agencies to come up with the IRR as soon as possible so that we can address this problem immediately. Because we don't know if at any time baka po may makalusot.
You have an ideal time there?
Well, we can probably shorten it to 20 to 30 days, Mr.
Well,
President.
we'll just go direct to an order. With the Secretary of Executive Secretary would order, we pass on the order that they shorten it. In view of the emergency, the crisis.
Yes, Mr. President.
Ano pa ba? Hirap kasi yung makikita natin tapos wala na tayo. 28 pa naman. 26, 27, 28, okay pa. If I can have the pleasure of your presence, I promise you a better meal the next time. Kasi dito, sa totoo lang, there's only, I serve only rice, isang ulam, if you notice it, rice, ulam, pati sabaw. Pati si Ambassador, lahat ng, kasi yung Secretary of State, ganun sabi ko. Sabi ko na, we do not serve steaks here because that's expensive. The people will complain. So, ako, Jollibee lang siguro ngayon. Walang tao. I'm thinking of umiikot yung isip ko kung sino kaya ang mayaya kung kikinig pa naman yung next na ito. Madam, ano yan, yung sino mga lalaki na bawal naman ngayon pumasok doon sa ano. Really, there's nobody. There is nobody. The kitchen is empty because uwi na. So, hindi na sila makabalik agad because they have to undergo quarantine. So, it's useless to call them. Yung mga babae, ganun rin nagsiuwian. Kaya ako lang, pati yung nurse ko, ang dalawa kami. Sabi ko na sa kanya, okay, you treat me and I will treat you. Let us treat each other. Tayo na lang naiwan dito. So, is there any other thing that we should be talking about or take up? Anything that is not in consonance with good practices? Because kung wala na, then I'd like to remind you again, we will meet on the 28th. Nandito ba sila lahat? Yung mga desilistahan. So, before we end, I'd like to address myself to the people, to the nation, that we are indebted by the presence of the following persons who contribute a lot to what we have discussed and we to improve now. Si Dr. Marisa Alejandria, then we have Dr. Mark Edsel Ayes, then Dr. Celia Carlos, Dr. Altia Di Guzman, Dr. Rolando Enrique, Dr. Nina Gloriana, Dr. Teodoro Herbosa, Dr. Jaime Montoya, familiar name, Dr. Ana Lisa T. Ong Lim, Dr. Cynthia Palme Saloma, and Dr. Mario Panaligan. Mga kapatid kong Pilipino, ito yung mga tao na tumutulong sa akin, binasa ko. Huwag ninyo makalimutan, baka yung iba tatakbo ng senador. At least alam na ninyo kung sino yung mga pangalan. Ulitin ko ulit ito. But we have with us in this meeting Filipino doctors who are really concerned with the welfare of their countrymen. They are here to help us out because we are not the medical persons. They contribute and we just listen and implement in more ways than one the recommendations. So maraming pasalamat ako sa kanila and to kayong lahat mga Pilipino, wala pa namang bakuna kasi mayroon tayong pera, wala nang problema. We have the money, we can buy. Problem is of supply. Kaya maghintay tayo kasi inuuna nila the countries who manufactured the vaccines see to it that ang nauna yung kanila bago tayo, which is natural, and that is natural of human being. Parang yung kadugo niya muna ang mauna, mga anak nila. So we'll just wait. Anyway, General Galvez is there. At huwag kayong maniwala dyan sa mga ano-ano na mga vaccine coming in. Wala yan. Ang tawag niyan, istorya lang yan. So, maraming salamat sa lahat ninyo, doctors, at magandang gabi sa inyo lahat.